You may be seated. Okay, good morning. Let the record reflect the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. I take it the matter, I was informed earlier at 8:25 that y'all had resolved the matter that you wanted 8:30 hearing on.
That's correct. I spoke to Dr. Spence and I resolved it, and there isn't an issue.
Okay. All right. Mr. Baez.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, who's going to be your first witness?
Dr. Bill Rodriguez.
All right. Let's bring the jury in. State recognized persons of jury. Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed my previous admonitions? How was yesterday evening? Okay? All right. All right. Mr. Baez, you may call your first witness.
Defense calls Dr. William Rodriguez.
Please stand, raise your right hand, and answer out loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please place, sir.
My name is Dr. William Cesar, C-E-A-S-O-R, Renato, R-A-N-A-T-O, Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z, III.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Sir, can you please tell us what your occupation is?
First, for the court record, if I may state, I am here as a unpaid consultant, and my
Sustain. Listen closely to the questions and answer only the questions that I asked of you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us your occupation, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic anthropologist.
Okay. And where are you employed?
I employed with the Department of Defense Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office in Washington, D.C.
And are you here as an unpaid consultant?
I am.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the U.S. Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office?
For about 23 years.
Okay. And what did you do before that?
Before that, I served as the forensic anthropologist and chief of operations for the Onondaga County Medical Examiner's Office. That's O-N-A-N-D-A-G-A, which is located in Syracuse, New York, and was responsible for the forensic anthropology for that office and the surrounding county in Syracuse, New York, and several other counties that we contracted to do the forensic services.
Can I get you to put the microphone a little closer to you?
Sure.
The acoustics are really bad in this room. So, okay. Sir, can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your educational background?
Yes, I received my BA, MA, and doctorate from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, receiving my doctorate in 1985. and from there went on to my first professional employment, which was with the Caddo Parish, that's CADDO Parish Coroner's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana, where I served as the forensic anthropologist and chief deputy coroner for that parish. And as part of my job within that particular office, we served about 2/3 of the state of Louisiana.
Are you a co-founder of the Forensic Anthropology Research Facility at the University of Tennessee?
Yes, I am.
Is that also known as the Body Farm?
Correct.
Okay. How did that get started? How did you start that?
That was actually the idea of Dr. William Bass, who was my chief mentor and professor at the time at the University of Tennessee. We were in his office one day discussing about time since death, which was a question that is commonly encountered forensic sciences.
What year was this? I'm sorry.
This was in the early 80s.
Okay, go on.
And as we were batting it around in the office, we were discussing, how could we get some better understanding of the human decomposition and how it relates to time since death. And as we were discussing it, Dr. Bass said, well, the only way that we could do this is basically actually study the process of human decomposition. And to do so, we needed to start research and experiments. And so he recruited me into this project to actually build the decompositional facility and start the first research.
Okay. And you put up the fences?
I put up the fences, helped lay the concrete, brought in the first bodies, and began to conduct the very first experiments.
And who wrote the first publications from the
I was the
forensic
senior
anthropology
author on the first publications.
Okay. And since then, what kind of experience have you had with human decomposition?
Well, I've had extensive experience in human decomposition as a forensic anthropologist. My 3 years in the Caddo Parish Coroner's Office, where we deal in a very kind of a subtropical climate. Decomposition was quite evident in many of our cases throughout the state, and when we're dealing with decomposed remains because of the heat and the humidity and the insect populations. And then in upstate New York, I saw similar types of bodies. And then during my 23 years with the government, I've traveled all over the world and looking at various types of bodies in various stages of decays in all environmental conditions that one could possibly think of.
And where have you traveled to consult on well, let me actually ask you this before that. What is taphonomy?
Taphonomy is basically the study of the breakdown of an organism after death, basically what happens to that organism and how it's recycled by nature.
Okay. And do you have extensive research in that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you give us some examples of some of how many publications have you had on the topic?
I've had two that I initially came from the Body Farm. I have a chapter in dealing with decomposition and forensic entomology in the second edition of Medical Legal Investigations by Spitz and Fisher. And I have given numerous papers on a yearly basis to the National Academy of Forensic Sciences and the National Association of Medical Examiners on various cases involving decomposition.
And how did forensic entomology begin?
Well, basic forensic entomology basically has its roots in Europe, began early in time in America, but it wasn't really that well founded. And it really wasn't until the time of the decompositional research at the decay facility at the University of Tennessee in which the entomology movement and forensic entomology here in the United States really got started. A colleague of mine that I ended up meeting during that time, Dr. Lee Goff, who's probably considered one of the most eminent forensic entomologists in the country, who's out of Hawaii, was very interested in this research, as well as a number of his colleagues. And we began to meet and talk about our research, since I had looked at insect activity as it related to decomposing bodies. And as a result of, I helped them found their American Board of Forensic Entomology.
So would you say you have extensive experience in the area of entomology as well?
Yes, as far as insects and being involved in the activity in which decomposition occurs and those insects are attracted in.
Have you lectured in the area of entomology, taphonomy, and anthropology?
Yes, I have on many occasions.
Okay. Have you been admitted in any courts as an expert witness on those topics?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times?
Numerous.
Can you give us just a ballpark?
I would say in the realm of 100 or more, conservatively.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would move to have Dr. Rodriguez admitted as an expert in taphonomy, entomology, and forensic anthropology.
May I vote aye on the entomology issue, Your Honor?
You may.
May I just do it from here?
You may.
Microphone. How many times have you been qualified as an expert specifically in the area of entomology?
I have not been qualified as an expert in the specific field of entomology, but in the use of insects in determination of time since death and decompositional process.
Your Honor, I have no objection to his qualifications in the area of taphonomy and forensic anthropology, and to the extent that insects are involved in taphonomy in that area. But in entomology generally, I do object.
Your Honor, he has testified that he has helped establish the American Board of Forensic Entomology. The research that began entomology came from his
Approach the side. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rodriguez, can you give us, can you tell us a little bit more about your experience in forensic entomology?
Well, again, early in the decompositional research that was conducted at the body farm, my primary
Can you put the microphone a little closer? Sorry.
my primary area of study was looking at the insects and documenting the various insects that inhabited the body, their activity on the body, their reproduction on that body. And throughout my career, I have worked extensively with forensic entomologists in looking at this similar activity, collection of the insects, and an instruction to law enforcement on how to utilize and collect these insects in relationship to the decompositional process and utilize them for things such as time since death.
How many times have you consulted with law enforcement in the area of forensic entomology?
Hundreds.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to have Dr. Rodriguez admitted as an expert in forensic entomology,
Your Honor,
as well as the other areas.
As I indicated, I have no objection to him testifying as to entomology as it relates to decomposition, but the broader field of entomology I would object to.
The witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area tendered by the defense. You may continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, what information have you been given, or were you given in this case to review?
In this case, I received the documents and records pertaining to the medical examiner's report and findings, the examination of the deceased. I received the forensic anthropological report and their findings regarding the deceased. I also received the entomological report that was generated by Dr. Neil Haskell. And I also received photographs of the recovery and the scene, in addition to the photographs that were taken of the remains of the deceased at the medical examiner's office.
Now, did you also examine photographs of the medical examiner that they took at the medical examiner of the skull?
Yes, I did.
And also at the scene?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any opinions that you may have that have to deal with the collection of the evidence at the scene.
The evidence collection appeared to be very thorough as far as collecting the skeletal remains anytime you're dealing in particular with the remains of a child, which have many, many more bones than the adult because they're still in the stage of development. Each of their bones are made of individual components. It is certainly difficult to deal with the recovery of the remains of a subadult. Since there are multiple bones. When you're in a wooded environment, of course, that area of search becomes much more difficult in trying. So in looking at the recovery, it looked to be fairly good. One of the things I noticed that I did not see in the report or dealing with the investigation is trying to determine the exact location of where that body may have initially been placed. This is something that I normally do on a regular basis because in dealing with skeletal remains that are outdoors in which they may have been exposed to carnivore scavenging, the bones may be spread from the actual area where that body actually was placed or that body may have decomposed. And it's very important to try to locate that area of decomposition.
Why is it important to find the exact location?
Because when we want to define that area, that is where typically as the body decomposes, we may find much of the evidence related to not only the decomposition of the body, but various types of trace evidence. For example, if a body had been shot, if the bullet's contained within the body, as that body decomposes, that bullet will basically drop down through the body if it's not embedded in the bone and will work its way into the soil. Teeth, typically the anterior teeth that are single-rooted, as they fall out as a result of the ligaments within the dental arcade decompose. The front teeth many times will fall out when that skull is moved. And if there's any other trace evidence such as fibers, clothing, that is typically located and left at that scene. And so we also want to determine not only that evidence or to find that evidence, but it gives us a better idea where that body may have been initially placed that can help us in the investigation.
What could you have done? What could investigators have done to look for that? How would they find that? I don't understand.
In looking for those areas, typically, again, if you have a skeleton that has been dispersed, the area where that body initially...
Let me object and ask to voir dire on the issue of whether the... Can we approach? I need to make a...
Judge, I would object.
Yes, you may approach. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. What would you look for to try and determine where the initial deposit site was?
What we would look for is areas where you have evidence of soil staining as a result of the decompositional fluids leaching out into the soil. It will actually change the consistency of the soil. It can change the vegetation by either increasing some of the vegetative growth that feed on some of this, and it will also kill some of the vegetative growth as a result of these fluids smothering. We will also see evidence if it is during the time of year when insects are prevalent. Carrion insects basically will feed and reproduce in that area, and their remains, such as the puparial cases, some of the insects that die during that process or become trapped in the fluids, basically will be found in that area of the soil. And so we look for these environmental changes that tell us that a decompositional event had occurred.
Okay. And did you see any photographs indicating any soil change throughout the scene?
I didn't see any.
Okay. And we don't know if they actually looked for that, but you certainly just didn't see any evidence in the photographs.
I didn't see anything in the report that noted that.
And would that be something that an anthropologist would note in their report?
I would hope they would.
Okay. Now, do you have any experience in finding remains with duct tape?
Yes, I've had numerous cases.
Okay. And what are some of the aspects that you take into consideration when looking at remains that may or may not have had duct tape, either to package them or to bound the victim?
I've looked at numerous cases in which the body has been bound in various ways, everything from wire, cloth, and those cases in which duct tape or other similar types of tapes have been employed primarily to bind the hands or to bind the head or the facial area. In looking at those types of cases and looking at the binding itself, when we have cases in which the body still has soft tissue on them and have begun earlier stages of the decay, we look at the positioning of the tape on the body to try to say exactly where that tape was actually bound to the body. And when we have cases when the body has basically undergone mummification, we get a very good idea of where the tape is, because basically it is attached still to the mummified tissues. In the cases of skeletalized remains that undergo, or basically a body that undergoes decomposition, as the result of decomposition, basically that will affect the adherence of that tape. And so
I don't believe we do, Judge.
Folks, approach the sidebar and cut the comments out. Kara. All right, Mr. Ashton, would you make your objection and so we can go through it by the numbers?
Yes, sir. The objection is that the opinion that is being offered by the witness at this time is not contained in his report of February 21st, 2011, which was provided pursuant to the court order, which specified that any opinion that the witness was going to give must be included in the, just a moment, I want to try and quote it. It had to be included in the report as well as the factual basis for that opinion. There is no opinion in this report that references to duct tape. It is mentioned as a fact of the case, but there is no opinion that references any interpretation of the duct tape or any background information, as the witness has just discussed, about duct tape in other cases.
Mr. Baez?
Yes, our position is, and our clear understanding of what the court order was, is that if it was not submitted in the report or included in the witness's deposition, it would be precluded from trial.
Mr. Baez, pull out the court's order and read that portion that you were talking about. And while you're trying to find that, let me ask the doctor some questions. Dr. Rodriguez, what opinion you were about to express dealing with the duct tape?
In reference to this particular case, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That the positioning of the duct tape as it was found, you can see in the photos there at the scene and the medical examiner's office that the duct tape is in two different positions. In a completely skeletalized remains, unless it is in a buried context, one cannot make a absolute finding as to the exact positioning of a duct tape as it is lost, its effectiveness, stickiness. One cannot make a determination as to the restriction of that duct tape, and certainly in decomposed remains in which they have skeletalized the soft tissue to which that duct tape was attached, and the movement of those remains by animals basically precludes anyone from making any scientific conclusion as to the actual position of that duct tape, whether it was around the areas of the eyes, did it cover the areas of the nose and the mouth, did it just cover the areas of the mouth. I, in cases that I have had, have only been able to conclude the actual positioning of that duct tape in the case of a burial in which basically it is held in context by the soil, or in a mummified body in which the soft tissues basically have dried out and the duct tape is still adhering.
Doctor, when did you formulate that opinion that you've just shared with us?
Early on when I saw the pictures.
Okay. specifically, what do you mean by early on?
When I received the first pictures from Mr. Baez.
Okay. I don't know the date, Doctor. So
The photographs were given to me earlier this year, right prior to my report, which was dated February 21st.
was there any particular reason why you did not include that portion that you just told us about in your report, sir?
I didn't mention it because it was a non-issue. Because in looking at these types of cases, there's no scenario where you can make a definitive answer, and so basically I wasn't asked at that time anything about the duct tape. It was just something that I had noted in my examination.
Okay. You noted it in your examination, but you did not include it in your report.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Did you share that opinion with anyone on the defense team?
I did.
Who?
Mr. Baez.
When?
It was at one of the telephone conversations that we had after my report.
Was it in January or February of 2011?
I believe it was February of 2007.
Okay. Were you ever informed by the defense team or Mr. Baez in particular of this court's order requiring all opinions that experts are to give in this case to be placed into their reports?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Were you ever shown the copy of this court's order or informed of this court's order, the one that I've just mentioned, about experts being required to put all opinions that they will testify to within a written report, or face the possibility of having that opinion not being given in court?
No, sir, I was not made aware of that.
Okay. So Mr. Baez never informed you of this court's order?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
Judge, on those topics.
Go ahead.
Dr. Rodriguez, do you recall getting some emails from me just before you were asking you to submit a report?
That's correct.
And if you can recall, or can you tell the court if I had informed you that the court issued an order requiring all experts to issue reports expressing all of their opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And the communication that you and I had on this topic was via those emails, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we met 2 nights ago, did we not?
We did.
Okay. And was that determination made that is something that we wanted to have you testify about? Or
Yeah.
was it prior to that?
It was at that time.
Okay. And was that as a result to rebut what Dr. Warren had, well, let me rephrase that. Was that, do you know if this was in an attempt to rebut what we thought was testimony that was not true?
I was informed at that meeting about the superimposition. That was the first I heard about the superimposition done by Dr. Warren.
And do you have an opinion as to what that if a forensic anthropologist should do a superimposition?
That's correct.
Okay. What is that opinion?
In doing a superimposition is typically used to provide some type of tentative ID, basically identifying a victim by superimposing a skull over a photograph of the victim. Utilizing it to show or positioning of a duct tape and skeletalized remains is unheard of as far as I am concerned, because there's no way scientifically that you can show where that duct tape was. Basically, you can take that duct tape and you can reposition it anywhere on the body. because you have skeletalized remains. It has been moved by animals. Therefore, even I, as a practicing forensic anthropologist, all I could say is there's duct tape and association that was most likely somewhere around the head. I cannot actually tell the position of it. I would be stepping off of scientific foundation if I were to do so.
Your Honor, the issue of all of this, when the court issued its order, I informed all of our experts via email, clearly expressing that we needed reports from them, because originally we had not asked them to do so, and that all opinions that they were going to testify to should be included in the reports. Furthermore, I informed them that they had a deadline, and that if that deadline was not met, that I would suffer dire consequences. You may recall that not only was I sanctioned, we were dead set on making all of the deadlines in which we did. From the time that I asked Dr. Rodriguez to write his report until the time he actually wrote it, it was a matter of days. I believe the court gave us 20 days or something like that, maybe a little more. I'm not exactly certain. This was a very difficult task for us to do, considering that all of our experts are extremely busy, that have multiple caseloads, and of course the time constraints that were placed upon us. Furthermore, when we were never given this video superimposition during the photo CDs that the state had.
I'm not concerned about the superimposition.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, Judge.
Well,
what happened was we did not anticipate this testimony from Dr. Warren. It occurred when I met with my witness. I expressed and asked him for opinions on those, and that's what he's rendering.
so the doctor is mistaken or misinformed when he says he told you this in January or February of 2011. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. But I can tell you this. We've discussed numerous aspects of this case, and there are numerous aspects that are not included in his report, nor will he testify to. So, I mean, to sit there and ask him, everything you've told me, make sure you put in your report. I don't think that's reasonable. What is not reasonable as well, Judge, is that an important witness on a case like this should have been deposed. They chose not to, and your order says, and I will read as instructed, opinions that are not expressed in a written report or at depositions taken during the discovery will not be allowed at trial. I asked during a status hearing, what if they choose to not take someone's deposition? That's going to limit these people's testimony. It's going to create due process issues. And every bit of testimony is important, as is this. And I don't have Mr. Ashton's exact quote, but he claimed that they were going to take the depositions, but that this wasn't going to be some kind of trick that we were going to play with the reports. My response to that was something along the lines of, no one's playing games here, just that if they're, and it's hard for me to make representations without the exact recollection, Judge, but my understanding and the purpose I brought this up was they were going to try and play a pool a fast one by saying, well, if it's not in the report, that's it. Why should I take their deposition and then allow them to testify about more things? Do we have to, in a unique situation where the court has ordered something, now start taking depositions of our own witnesses? I sat in hundreds of depositions in this case, not because I wanted to, but because it was my responsibility to do so. And I have also taken depositions while this trial is pending. If this is an issue so concerned by the state as to make sure that they know everything that this witness may or may not testify to, they should exercise what tools are given to them and take the depositions and do the work.
Well, Mr. Byers, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you earlier at the sidebar. What you're basically saying, sir, is that you can pick which court orders you comply with and which court orders you don't comply with. And that's not going to happen here.
I couldn't disagree with you more, Your Honor.
Well,
Respectfully,
Mr. Baez,
okay.
to be quite frank, both sides have engaged in what I call game plan. Okay? And this is not a game. And the reason the order was entered in the first place was because both sides were engaged in some form of it at some time. And the reason the order was entered is because I did not want to be at the position I am currently in now. Is that we have experts with no opinions, major opinions that are not contained in their reports. And the easy thing is if a report comes about or if opinion comes about, you disclose it. It's not hard to do, Mr. Baez. It is quite easy to do. Even if it happens at the last minute. So here am I faced with what is the remedy? It's quite ironic that we were scheduled to be here at 8:30 this morning to talk about a possible violation of the rule of sequestration. So you go back, you review the cases. And all of the cases seem to say that exclusion of the witness from testifying is a very extreme and harsh rule that is not to be done except in the most aggravated situations. But they list a couple of other things that you can do. It appears to me that this was quite intentional. This was not some inadvertent slip. This was not some sub-issue of a major issue. It was not inadvertent. The question is whether or not Ms. Anthony should be punished as a result of this. The case law seems to indicate the following: contempt, an instruction to the jury concerning the violation that has occurred, and let them use it in judging the credibility or believability. So what other opinions is this witness going to give that has not been disclosed in his report?
I will also...
Well, this is what I'm going to do. What other witnesses you have available for the day?
We have Dr. Spitz as well.
Okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to stop today at 1 o'clock. This witness is going to step down. You can take his deposition this afternoon. And he will testify one day next week, Monday. I will entertain a a possible instruction if the state wants to draft one about this violation, and I will decide whether or not I will do it. I will reserve the decision whether or not I should proceed to contempt proceedings at the conclusion of this trial.
I would request that the court also look at the answer filed by the defense, where I clearly laid out that Dr. Rodriguez would be called also to rebut any issues raised by the prosecution in trial. This does fall under that category. And,
Mr. Baez, this is not my first rodeo, rather. And let me say this, sir. I've tried one or two cases as a lawyer. And there was a case that I tried called the case of the state of Florida versus Judy Buenano. At the conclusion of the defense's opening statement, and after the first 10 questions that the defense asked in cross-examination, I found myself in a boat without a paddle, because they raised the issue that you could not tell that they were raising up until the time they asked certain questions. And at that noon recess, I asked my investigator to find certain things out. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, my investigator had located about 4 or 5 additional expert witnesses. I talked to them that night. The next morning in court, I filed a supplemental discovery of those witnesses, and I set them all up for depositions the following evening, so the defense would have an opportunity to take those witnesses' depositions to determine what they would testify to. So the defendant would not be surprised. All my order simply tried to do was to give both sides an opportunity to know what each expert would testify to, so they could prepare, so we would not have no gotcha moments where someone would be caught unprepared. So what we will do is we will take a 10-minute recess, and Dr. Rodriguez be prepared to give a deposition this afternoon at 1 o'clock, and then we can ferret out all of this. But let me say this. Lightning does not strike twice in the same place. Even though the case law says you can't be punished by exclusion the first time, if there are other opinions that you know that he's going to give, they need to be laid out. Because I am not making any promises or warranties about what I would do if it happens a second time with this witness.
We would like to place the state on notice that we're going to take our own experts' depositions at the conclusion of today. If they wish to be present, they can be present. And we will get
you don't
them a
have to
copy.
take your own expert's deposition. I'm making him available for the state to take his deposition. It would be totally unfair to Ms. Anthony to have his testimony excluded on this critical issue. But we will deal with the after effects afterwards, and that's the remedy that I have chosen to give. We'll be in recess until 5 minutes to the hour. Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, Assistant State Attorney. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We would request some form of instruction to the jury of why we're changing faces with witnesses, like we've interrupted for further proceedings and he will return on Monday,
What you want me to tell them the truth?
something like that.
What you want me to tell them the reason why?
Well, you've let me do it, I'll do it.
Well, I'll let you do it, and then I let Mr. Ashton get up after you.
As long as I get the last shot.
Well,
I request
folks,
you do something to explain to them why.
okay, I'll tell them something. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Defense.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take another witness. Dr. Rodriguez will be back Monday, but we're going to accommodate another witness who's from out of town. All right.
Dr. Werner Spitz.
Right this way, sir. Please stop your raise your right hand and answer out loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Werner, E-R-N-E-R, Spitz, S-P-I-T-Z.
You may proceed, Mr.
Good morning, Dr. Spitz. Could you tell us, sir, a little bit about just who you are? What is your profession, sir?
I'm a medical doctor, and I'm a forensic pathologist.
I know it may take a little while, but I do want to go through your academic training and background. Would you tell me sir, where you went to medical school and when?
I went to medical school at the University of Geneva, Switzerland, School of Medicine, from 1946 to 1950. And then I transferred to the Hebrew University Hadassah Medical School in Jerusalem. At that time, at that time it was before the State of Israel was established, so it was Palestine until 1948, and then from 1948 it became Israel. And I graduated from that university in 1953 and received my diploma to practice medicine.
Where did you do your internship, sir?
I did my internship at that same university where I graduated, and that internship was 1 year, and then after that year I did a residency, and that residency was in pathology and lasted for another 5 years. And then during that time, I did a residency in pathology and forensic pathology. Pathology is what is practiced in a hospital where a physician examines tissues and body fluids to determine the nature of disease. And if a person dies, then pursuant to request of the next of kin, that same doctor can perform an autopsy. Usually in hospitals, when a person dies and an autopsy is performed, that autopsy is for educational purposes so that the doctors understand the mechanism of the disease, the condition that the person died from. Forensic pathology, on the other hand, is the science where a pathologist, he has to be a pathologist first. A pathologist will examine a body, usually, not always, but usually, do an autopsy pursuant to the state law. And he does not need a permission from the next of kin. And such a person will usually do an autopsy on what we call police cases. Cases which are suspicious, where somebody dies, where there is no medical doctor in attendance, where we don't know why that person died. And usually these are either accidents, suicides, homicides, or natural death.
Dr. Spitz, when did you have your first appointment in the world of academia, that is, as a faculty member? Do you remember?
Yes. I was appointed to let me say this, if I may. In 1959, I came to the United States. And as I came to the United States, I came on I was paid by a grant from the University of Maryland, where I held an academic appointment and worked at the medical examiner's office for the state of Maryland in Baltimore.
That was in 1959?
That was in 1959.
Okay. Did you subsequently become a member of the faculty in Berlin?
In 1961, I think it was, I left this country and worked for 2 years and 3 months at the University Medical School of Berlin in Germany. And there I held an academic appointment too at the university.
Did you thereafter return to the University of Maryland?
Then after 2 years and 3 months, I returned to the United States, to Baltimore, to the medical examiner's office of the state of Maryland. And at that time, I held an academic appointment. In fact, I was associate professor at the Johns Hopkins University and also at the University of Maryland.
Those basically during the same time, Johns Hopkins and the University of
I
Maryland?
held 3 appointments. I was associate professor at the University of Maryland, an associate professor at Johns Hopkins University, and I was assistant medical examiner and later deputy chief medical examiner for the state of Maryland at the office of the chief medical examiner.
Are you presently associated as a professor with any university?
Yes. Then in 1972, I went to the medical examiner's office of Wayne County, which is in Michigan, in Detroit, and I was appointed chief medical examiner there. In fact, that is why I went to Detroit. And also, I was associate professor for a while, and then I was appointed to full professorship at the Wayne State University School of Medicine. I also held an appointment as adjunct professor of chemistry and taught toxicology at the University of Windsor in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, across the river from Detroit.
Are you still associated with the University of Windsor in Ontario, Canada?
Yes, I am, but only because I think by name or in name, because I have not taught there actually probably in the last 10 years.
Have you been, sir, the medical examiner or assistant medical examiner for the state of Maryland?
Yes, I was assistant medical examiner for the state of Maryland for approximately assistant and then deputy chief medical examiner, and the chief was quite sick, so I was quite active filling in for him for approximately 12 years.
Have you also been the chief medical examiner for Macomb County in Michigan?
Yes, I was. When I first came to Michigan as chief medical examiner for Wayne County, the county of Macomb, which is a little bit to the northeast of Detroit, asked me if I would do their autopsies for them. They had a chief medical examiner, but the chief medical examiner there was not a pathologist, so he needed a pathologist to tell him what people died from and what he thought was the manner of death, meaning homicide, suicide, natural causes, or accident. So they appointed me to do that work, but then that medical examiner died, and I became the chief medical examiner for Macomb County as well.
Are you a fellow in the College of American Pathologists, sir?
Yes.
Are you a fellow in the American Society of Clinical Pathologists?
Yes. These appointments now are emeritus appointments. That means I do not have to pay dues anymore.
Well, 40 years enough?
I'm sorry?
Never mind. Are you on the board of directors of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
I was. I'm not any longer. Yes.
Are you a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
Yes.
And have you
actually, I'm a fellow. A fellow is because I've been associated with the Society of Forensic Sciences for so long, I was appointed fellow, which is a higher level.
And have you served as vice president of the World Congress of Legal Medicine?
Yes, I still do.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the member countries of the European Union.
Yes, in all the European countries that are members in the European Union. Yes, that's correct. But I'm also licensed in this country, in Michigan, in Virginia, in the District of Columbia, and in Maryland. District of Columbia meaning Washington, D.C.
Have you received recognition and awards in connection with your professional work, sir?
I have received quite a number of awards, yes.
I don't want to test your memory against mine, so I'll read and ask you some of them, okay?
Yes.
Did you attend and receive an award in recognition for the National Association of Medical Examiners back in 1972?
I probably would answer that by saying to you that I really don't remember, but I probably did.
Okay. Have you received various awards from law enforcement communities and activities?
Yes, I did. These awards from law enforcement is because I received awards from local police. I received awards from the FBI. I received awards from all various types of law enforcement organizations, primarily because I give courses to them and I give lectures and serve as consultant to them when they ask me to interpret various cases.
Would that category include the New York State Police?
Yes.
Wayne County Medical Society?
Yes.
Sterling Heights Citizens Police Academy?
Yes.
American.
They're not all listed, so you don't need to make an effort.
Okay. Have you also been consultant, sir, for various organizations and universities?
Yes, I have.
You were a special consultant for Johns Hopkins University.
Yes,
How about the Veterans Administration?
that as well.
Sir, were you a special consultant for the Rockefeller Commission?
Yes, I was.
What was the Rockefeller Commission, Dr. Spitz?
What that was?
Yes, sir.
The Rockefeller Commission is the commission of Vice President Nelson Rockefeller when he was alive, and it concerned itself with the assassination of President Kennedy, the reconstruction of the events that occurred that day in Dallas, and how the president was killed.
Were you also a member of the Forensic Pathology Panel Select Committee on Assassinations for the United States House of Representatives?
Yes, and I testified to the House of Representatives on the issues of the assassination of Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy.
Were you involved, sir, as a professional pathologist in a case involving a young woman named Mary Jo Kopechne?
Yes, I testified in a trial.
I would have an objection at this point. This goes beyond his training experience in the area of forensic pathology.
Sustain this to the last question.
What other major trials, sir, have you been involved in that the folks in this courtroom might recognize you for?
Same objection, Judge. It doesn't lose qualifications.
Doctor, have you published various articles, books, lectures, publications?
I have.
Do you know how many?
I've published 4 books, textbooks, and the last one was in 2006.
Is this one of them? Medical legal investigation of death?
Yes, that's correct. That's the last book. The last book.
Have you published articles in connection with such things as the mechanism of death in freshwater drowning?
Yes, I've published approximately 14 articles related to the subject matter of drowning, and those were published in, as far as I can remember, peer-reviewed journals. And this is part of my publication list of where I published 96 scientific articles peer-reviewed by other pathologists to determine that they were suitable and recommended for publication.
Sir, have you testified as an expert witness in the courts in the United States?
Yes, I have. I have testified on what I think, think to remember in all 50 states, including Alaska and Hawaii.
And have you also testified as an expert in foreign countries?
Yes, I have. I have testified in Canada. I have testified in the Middle East. I have testified in Europe. And I've testified in, well, not testified, but I've done work for the United Nations and then given opinions to a court in Costa Rica.
In just the last 7 years update of your curriculum vitae, sir, do you know how many times you've testified as an expert witness?
Probably around 300 times. Maybe somewhat more. I testified probably around 30 times on the average a year, but there have been years in which it was more frequent, so that would probably exceed that number if I actually counted it.
Your Honor, I think that's enough. I'll request to certify and direct the recognition of Dr. Spitz as an expert witness in the field of forensic pathology.
What says the state?
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Spitz will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic pathology. You may proceed.
Do you remember, sir, when and how you first got involved or became involved with the case we're here for, State of Florida versus Casey Anthony?
I received a call, I think, from the Jose Baez law firm.
And what?
And I was asked to possibly, if I agreed to consult with the firm on this case, and also whether I have special requests that they would.
Your Honor, let me object. Is hearsay and not responsive to the question of how you were first contacted.
What was the first thing that you did, sir, after speaking with the Baez law firm?
I requested to attend the postmortem examination because the postmortem examination at that time when I received that call had not been performed.
Meaning the autopsy by Dr. Garavaglia?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you request that you be allowed to be in attendance?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may. You may proceed.
I think the last question was, sir, did you request to attend the autopsy that Dr. Garavaglia on?
Yes, I did.
Were you allowed to?
No, I was denied.
Why did you want to?
Well, because first of all, it's useful to have seen the body in the condition that it was at that particular time, so that I have the same exposure to the body as the pathologist who is performing the autopsy in his or her official capacity. But in addition to that, there is an advantage in having two people of the same specialty look things over together, because 4 eyes see more than 2 eyes, and I'm able to discuss the findings on and in the body at the time that the body is there in front of us. This is custom in forensic pathology. It is custom in pathology. It is custom that even in a hospital setting, pathologists will send specimens from patients to other pathologists to see if...
Excuse me, sir. Objection, Your Honor. Not responsive to the question and relevance of the habits of medical pathologists.
Overruled.
It is customary that pathologists will send specimens from patients, dead or alive, to other pathologists across the country, sometimes across the world, to see if they concur or if they have ideas about this condition or that condition, because those ideas feature in the treatment that is afforded such patients. May be life-saving. In a dead person, there is no life-saving, but there is a question of what else can be done to make a reasonable diagnosis that conforms to all the facts of the case. And that was denied. So
Thereafter, sir, did you conduct a second autopsy?
I did. When the official autopsy was terminated, I was given access to the remains, and I conducted such autopsy at the Bryant Funeral Home and Cremation Service, or I don't know, it got a longer name, located in Orlando, and I was able to perform that autopsy at that place.
If you recall, sir, had Dr. Garavaglia completed her report of autopsy before you conducted the second one?
I don't really recall. I don't think so, that she had completed. I don't think she had completed her report.
When you conducted the autopsy, what, if any, first observations did you make that were remarkable to you?
Well, I came here to Orlando, equipped with all kinds of equipment to perform an autopsy, but I did not bring a saw, because I was absolutely certain that this autopsy had been completely done. But when I came and I looked at the body, it had not been completely done.
What had not been done, sir, that you believe should have been done?
Well, it's not that I believe, but I think the profession dictates that when an autopsy is done, and done the way it should be done, there should be an examination of the interior of the head, and that was not done because the skull had not been opened.
And did you, sir, open the skull and examine it as a forensic pathologist?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Would you open the bag and take the contents out, sir?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Open the bag and take the contents out. And for the record, describe what you have there, sir.
This is a skull, not the skull of this deceased. This is a skull of an adult human being, not a plastic or fake material. This is bone. And I brought this because I thought it necessary that the trier of fact observe
Your Honor,
what...
Not responsive and narrative and not relevant.
Sustained. Let's get a question.
Doctor, would you demonstrate, sir, what you mean by opening the skull, the protocol that you say Dr. Garavella did not do?
When a skull is opened, it is opened like I'm opening the skull now. So in other words, a saw is used to saw the skull all the way around and to remove the cap, as it is called, and look at the interior of the skull like I'm showing here and like I'm showing here. This is the outside, this is the inside.
And at the autopsy,
This is the outside, this is the inside.
Dr. Spitz, during the autopsy, were photographs taken, sir?
I'm sorry?
Did you take photographs?
I did. I did.
May I approach you? Sure.
You may.
Show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit BY for identification.
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly accurately portray the appearance of the skull after opened by you for the second autopsy?
Yes, it was. It is. I'm sorry. It is.
Opposition evidence defense, Your Honor. I give you a copy of it, right?
Objection. It will be received in evidence as defense exhibit numbered.
Number 26.
With the court's permission, we have a hand in mark of the same photograph that has been marked as marked in exhibit A.C. Published.
You may.
And with the court's permission, may I have Dr. Spitz step down?
Yeah, but make sure we put a microphone on it.
For me?
For both of you.
All right.
Doctor, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As that's being done, we approach, we don't get the court reporter.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mason, can you switch places? He'll be over there and you be over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That would be better if he stands over there.
Over this side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll stand behind you. I think they can hear me. I don't know. Dr. Spitz, is that the enlarged?
Mr. Mason, I can't see. If you,
Position yourself, Mr.
I'm trying to get his.
I know, but he has to be able to communicate with his witness, so. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This photograph enlarged here is the enlargement of the one that you took during the autopsy.
Yes.
Would you tell the court and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, is remarkable about the contents of the photograph that we have before them?
Well, this is what it represents the base of the skull, the bottom of this box. The lid is here, taken off by sewing all the way around. This is what you then would see if you look into the box. And this is where the vertebral column, the spine connects, and the spinal cord goes in here and into the brain. And this is the front, this is the back. Actually, it should be reversed. Do you want to do it with me?
Do it the right way.
Well,
I got it.
yeah, this is better.
Okay.
So this is the front, this is the back, this is the right side, this is the left side. And this is the reverse. That means this is the left side, because if you flip it over, then this part would go onto here. And what you see here is in this area, which is the left side of the skull, the base of the skull, you see black flecks. These black flecks are material which represent the last and permanent result of decomposition. What that means is that the brain, which fills this entire space, is gone. The brain has dissolved, but some parts like iron, magnesium, phosphate, sodium, chloride, all kinds of elements like that remain permanently. They don't disappear. This is ashes to ashes and dust to dust, what you read in the Bible. And this is the dust which is remaining. And this amount of dust would have been probably just less than an ounce. But of course here, there is no 1 ounce, because some of this dust has been removed, has gone, I don't know, lost. Could have been, there could have been water, there could have been whatever, anyway, it's lost. These specks are attached to, they came down and they just remained. And they indicate the position of this skull over the decomposition process. Decomposition process takes time, quite a lot of time, to end up in just this representing the specks to be left over after the entire brain has gone. So this indicates the brain has disappeared, and those elements sunk by gravity to that place. And very little by little by little, over months, this has occurred. And it tells you the position of the skull.
What was the position of the skull?
The skull was positioned in a left side of the skull down. That means if this is the ground, the skull would have been something like this.
show the jury with our friend here, sir, the position that it would have been throughout the decomposition?
Well, here is the base of the skull. This and that are the same. And the specks are localized in this area on the left side, and the skull would have been like this, positioned like this. This would have been the position of the skull. Maybe with the face a little bit up, because it seems to be somewhat more to the back, so maybe a little bit like this.
All right, thank you, sir. If you can return up there. Has the jury had enough time to look at this? Dr. Spitz, did you review the records and documents contained in Dr. Garavalia's report of autopsy?
I did.
What, if any, problems did you detect?
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. What, if any, problems did you detect, sir, or deficiencies in her report?
Objection to the question of relevancy of deficiencies in reports that weren't testified to in this case and are an issue.
I examined the entire skeleton. There was very little, if anything, any bones missing. And if there were, there would be little bones, little parts, but most by far of the skeleton was available to be examined. The skull had not been opened, so I opened it, and I showed the jury what I saw, what I found. There are certain things I did not find, which could have been there, but I did not find that they were. Like, for instance, some discoloration of certain parts of the skull, like the place where the ear is, the mechanism of the ear, the little protrusion of bone in back of the lower jaw, to the side here, on the side of the skull, and the mechanism of the ear, which is at the base, which is inside here and there. There could have been some discoloration, which I did not see. There were no fractures, no blows that I could identify on the skull. The skull was intact, in other words, undamaged. There was some damage to some bones, some long bones, meaning arms and legs, and other longer bones, which was due to post-mortem, meaning after death, predation by animals, meaning where animals find bones with some flesh on them and they go ahead and chew on those parts. That I found. But other than that, there was no damage. There was an area of one of the longer bones of the thigh, because the thigh is a fairly long bone in a child, 3 years old, probably around 5 inches maybe, and that had been opened by those who did the first autopsy. I surmised that they would do. When I saw that had been opened, I thought, well, they probably opened it in order to take specimens from the bone marrow.
Let me object to the narrative. I think we've gone away from the question that was answered.
I thought that they had done this, opened the bone to get access to the bone marrow, to the bone marrow cavity, for the purpose of removing certain material that would be helpful in diagnosis. But I subsequently learned that that had not been the case. So, based on this examination, the cause of death remained unknown for those who did the first autopsy, and for me to some extent as well.
You recall reading Dr. Garavalia's statement references to duct tape?
I understand that there were some sections of duct tape on the lower face that were loosely on the face, but since there was, I should say, there was not a shred, I've not said that before, not a shred of soft tissue. No skin, no muscle, no fat, no nerves, no blood vessels, no nothing. So much so that when I came to Orlando to handle this, I brought a whole bunch of gloves. I bought an apron. I bought to protect myself from possible contamination. I used nothing because the skeleton I received was in this condition. And like I touch this now without gloves, without apron, that's how I touch the other one. This is totally clean, and there's no bacteria, no nothing to contaminate me from handling this, just as little as there was to be contaminated, to be infected, or to not allowing me to handle those remains of this 3-year-old child. Consequently, I did not need any of the material that I brought. The tape was not there when I got the remains. The tape on pictures shows being to the side of the lower face, somewhere here on the left side, on the right side, if I remember correctly, hanging.
The photographs speak for themselves. The jury has seen them and can interpret them for themselves.
Overruled.
Hanging on hair and hanging on roots of vegetation of the area that had, in the period where this was sort of in an excavated, in a little lower, partially under the surface of the ground. Vegetation had grown into this material. Plants benefit from the minerals and chemistry that is generated by decomposition.
Dr. Spitz, in the report from Dr. Gavalia, she indicated that the duct tape was clearly placed prior to decomposition. What, if any, opinion do you have regarding that assertion, sir?
Well, I have some problem with that. Because when duct tape is applied to the skin and the skin decomposes, the duct tape just doesn't go anywhere. The duct tape just doesn't do anything. The duct tape becomes loose on the skeletal structure. In this case, the face. The only thing that held the duct tape there was the roots and the hair that originally. I don't know in what fashion the duct tape came in contact with this. There was no there was no there was nothing on the bone that would suggest duct tape. There was nothing on the duct tape that would suggest the application on the skin either. So I have some difficulty with identifying when this duct tape was placed, other than to say that it is my strong feeling and opinion that this duct tape was perhaps placed there to hold the lower jaw in place, because if the head is subjected to as complete a decomposition as it did, where there is absolutely no trace of flesh on this head or in this head, if I would have picked this up like this, the lower jaw would have dropped, just like I'm going to show you right now. Because this lower jaw is attached by this would be like this. That's how, well, or like that. I would touch this to remove it and note what happens. The lower jaw falls down. So, being that it fell down, if the duct tape was attached to the skull, it would have been held somewhat by the roots and maybe by the fact that there was hair between the duct tape and the lower jaw.
And, sir, would you have expected there to be DNA on the duct tape if, in fact, it had been placed over the face?
I would have expected DNA, yes.
And would that be true whether it was placed?
I mean, if this was the duct tape was attached to the face, there would have been DNA from the face on the duct tape. I put duct tape on my arm, and when I removed it, I pulled out hair, sometimes with roots, from my arm on the duct tape.
And based on the...
And there is no doubt in my mind that if you would have had duct tape on the skin, there would have been some evidence of the presence of that skin DNA on that duct tape.
And
for the simple reason that there is a firm connection between the duct tape and the skin, to the point where decomposition is always less in an area of pressure against something, against a wall, against pieces of clothing that are tight. The decomposition is less in those areas where there's no air coming in, because bacteria also need to live, and bacteria are what cause decomposition.
All right. And then it's your opinion, sir, that the tape was not put on the face before decomposition, even antemortem?
No, it was not. I think that the duct tape was a later event, not an early event.
After decomposition?
After decomposition.
Sir, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the term adipocere means.
Adipocere is a stage in decomposition when the tissue becomes broken down, slimy, smelly, You'll have to excuse me the comparison, but that is the comparison we pathologists use to compare. We are not always very elegant in our descriptions. We call it soapy. It's
Call it
like
what, sir?
soap. It's like soap. Adipocere is like soap. It is a special, especially fat undergoes adipocere. That is like soap, broken down to a consistency that is similar to wet soap.
Do you have an opinion, sir, as to how long it takes for adipocere to develop?
Adipocere develops at
Can we approach?
You may. You may proceed.
You ruling? The question to you, sir, was how long does it take for adipocere to develop?
adipocere under optimal conditions. That means under conditions of warm environment will begin to develop such that we can call it adipocere within like 10 or 12 days.
Did you find, sir, the apparent presence of any adipocere?
Oh, no, absolutely not. There was, like I said, there is no more soft tissue on that skull like on this skull, compared to this skull.
Based on your review of Dr. Gavalier's report, folks, hold on a second. You reviewed the whole thing?
I'm sorry?
You reviewed all of Dr. Gavalier's report,
Yes,
including the toxicology report
including the toxicology,
and the anthropology report?
anthropology reports.
Were you able to determine, sir, if there is any evidence as to the cause of death in this case?
Well, there are, you can rule out certain causes of death, but you cannot answer the definitive question as what this person, this child, really died from. She could have died of certain conditions that at this point we don't see. But you cannot rule out all conditions, but you can rule out some. You could, for example, rule out that there was a skull fracture. There was no skull fracture.
And as a medical examiner, would you also reasonably rule out one of the other four, like suicide?
Oh, yes. I would rule out suicide.
Can you, from the evidence, sir, rule out accidental death?
No.
Now, there's a difference between cause of death and manner of death, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, opinion do you have, sir, as to the manner of death in this case?
The manner of death means, like I said already, natural causes, accident, suicide, homicide, and natural causes. there are 4 classifications for manner of death. Cause of death is something else. Cause of death is pneumonia, gunshot wound, lots of causes of death. But manner of death, there are only 4. Homicide, suicide, natural causes, or accident.
In this case, do you know what the manner of death is?
The manner of death, I would not be able to tell you. Based on the examination as it stands today, I could not tell you what the manner of death is.
Now, sir, finally, do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted in your career around the world?
I have either conducted or supervised the residents doing autopsies on approximately a total of 60,000.
60,000?
60,000.
I have no further questions.
I've been practicing forensic pathology for 56 years.
Hang on just one second, please. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess before we proceed with cross-examination. You may be seated. Okay, but we need to hear you. Okay, Doctor, you ready? You ready, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, stay recognized, presence of the jury.
I do.
Defense? Yes, sir. All right, you cross-examination.
Doctor, if you could kind of turn that screen a little bit, because I can't really see you down there. Thank you. That's perfect. We'll have you look at the screen in a minute, but for right now, that's great. Doctor, a medical legal investigation, particularly in determining manner of death, requires consideration of information outside of merely the medical evaluation of the remains, doesn't it?
That's correct.
What information about this case, that is the investigation of this case, were you given in order for you to render the opinions you rendered on direct examination?
Well, I was given information of the first autopsy, whatever is included in that autopsy report. I was given information, I was permitted to go to the scene of where the body was found. I went to the house as well, to the house where the people that have an input into this case resided.
The Anthony home.
The Anthony home.
Okay.
I was, well, that's about it.
Well, but in order to do an adequate medical legal investigation involving the manner of death, you need to know the surrounding circumstances revealed by the investigation, not just the medical aspects, but the entire background.
I understand that. And I asked questions of those who know about the case. I asked to give me information that I wanted to have, and I received that information. I cannot tell you now each and every question that I asked, but I asked sufficient questions to allow me to have a good idea about what I think happened here.
Who did you ask?
I asked, well, Mr. Baez I asked. I asked Mr. Mason. I asked, well, I think I spoke, if I'm not mistaken, I spoke to the people in the home, some of them that I met over there.
Who did you speak to? Did you speak to the Anthonys?
In the Anthony home. I don't remember who those people were.
Did you read any of the police reports?
I did have police reports, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you hadn't mentioned that. Tell me about
Yes.
the police report.
That's right. I had those too.
Which ones?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't know that there were
Tell us what your
different
understanding of the predicating facts of this case are leading up to the finding of the body. What is your understanding, those facts that you used in your determination and opinion you gave to Mr. Mason on direct?
Well,
What are
I
the facts that you
understand.
know?
I understand that there was some time, a lapse of time of a month between the disappearance of the child and when a police report was made.
Now, aren't the facts of the last time anyone saw a victim always extremely important in a medical legal investigation?
Yes, everything needs to be evaluated together, but not independently. That's why everything has to be fitting together like a jigsaw puzzle.
So are you done?
I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure you're done with your answer. You paused. I want to make sure that you were done before I go on.
It all needs to fit together. You cannot take one item by itself, but you have to evaluate the entirety of the picture.
What is your understanding of the events of the last time that Kaylee Marie Anthony was seen alive?
But would you ask me that again?
Sure. What is your understanding of the events of the last time Kaylee Marie Anthony, that's the victim in this case, was seen alive?
I know that Kaylee Anthony was allegedly taken to a babysitter. That what you mean? That's my understanding, that's something that occurred when she was.
I just want the jury to know what information you had about the background of this case, which you acknowledge is essential, in coming to the opinion that the manner of death is undetermined, as you expressed to Mr. Mason on direct. I want the jury to know what facts you had in making that decision. So please explain that to us.
I don't know that I had any facts on when she was alive. I cannot recall information that I had that allows me to recite for you what she was doing or what happening to her when she was alive.
Well, then, would you not agree that Dr. Garavaglia had considerably more information than you do in coming to her opinion that the manner of death was homicide by undetermined means?
Well, if she knew that information, I am aware of whatever she put into her report. And that's a fairly lengthy report if you consider all the anthropology and toxicology and microscopy and whatever else is in that report. But I do not recall any information that she had that I did not have because I read her report.
Well, but
So if you tell me that she wrote something in that report that I did not tell you, then, well, I had that information and I would have read it. So I was aware of whatever she wrote in her report, I was totally familiar with.
what did she write in her report about the predication of this, the last time she was alive? What did she say in that report? Do you recall?
What she said?
What Dr. Garavaglia said?
No, I don't recall.
But it is common in forensic pathological reports to summarize relatively briefly the facts of the investigation, correct? It's not generally a practice to put in every single fact that you may have learned, but rather to summarize them.
Well,
Isn't that
some
correct?
people do and some people don't. Well, I don't, but many people do.
But to do a complete medical legal investigation, one must look to all possible sources of information, at the very least, read the police reports and statements of witnesses to determine exactly what led up to this child dying. That's essential, isn't it?
Yes, and therefore we do read police reports.
But you've just told us that you don't remember any of the facts of this case, or
No,
what
that
happened
I
to
didn't
her.
tell you. That is not,
Okay.
not. I don't think that's correct.
What do you
That's
remember?
paraphrasing what I said. I did not say that I don't recall any of the facts. I do recall facts that I considered significant for me to formulate an opinion. And you asked me what I knew about Casey Anthony before she disappeared, before she when she was last seen alive. And that I do not recall. All I recall is that she was a healthy young 3-year-old child.
Well, let me ask you this way, to be fair. What do you recall about the facts leading up to her disappearance or death that you considered significant in coming to the opinion you expressed on direct?
Not when she was before she was last seen alive.
Well, if you did not consider that fact significant, that's fine. But tell us what facts you considered significant about the time leading up to her death or disappearance that you felt were significant.
Well, I thought that there was a pool in the house, in the yard, which I saw when I was there, which creates a possibility of drowning. I understand that for a month went by without informing the authorities that the child is missing.
Do you recall any other facts of significance?
No, I don't recall other facts. If you want to remind me of them, I'll be glad to listen.
I'm just inquiring of the ones that you felt were significant in rendering the opinion that you gave to Mr. Mason on direct, and those are the facts that you found significant.
Yes, and that is a fact that I understand that she was missing for a month.
Now, you also indicated in direct examination that the failure of Dr. Garavaglia to open the skull was a violation of protocol.
Correct.
What protocol is that?
The protocol is that we have here an autopsy on a child that has was the ultimate examination by a forensic pathologist in a case that had made national news. We open the head in.
Your Honor, objection non-responsive. The question was what protocol was violated.
Doctor, do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what protocol was violated?
The protocol is that the head is opened in any individual where there is a possible involvement of the skull, the meninges, the brain, and any structure that would theoretically benefit from a skull examination, from an opening of the skull. Let me say this, that the skull, the head, is part of the body. And when you do an autopsy, you examine the whole body. That's just like when you buy a house, you buy a whole house, not a house without a basement. If you want to have a house without a basement, maybe you can find one. But in general, you buy a whole entity. And that contains a living room, a dining room, a bedroom, with this kind of stuff. And it's a complete structure. The body is a complete structure. The head is an extremely important item in all this. There can be all kind of things in a head that occur that you need to know about. You mean to say that I examine only from the head down? The rest is of no significance?
Doctor, what I'm asking you is, where is this protocol published?
There is no publication. This is part of the I don't know where that is published, but I do know that I have been trained, and I have trained lots of medical examiners to practice forensic pathology. And there is somewhere that I'm aware of, because I was a member of the committee that made that document, that what we should examine. But I don't know what that's called. I've been out of the mainstream of administrative forensic pathology for some time now. But to not open the head, I think, is a failure of the autopsy. And I'll tell you another thing, that if an autopsy was done in a corresponding to what I think every forensic pathologist will tell you, where the head is not opened, that tells me about a shoddy autopsy. Excuse me the expression, but you provoked it. A shoddy autopsy, because if the head is not opened, what else wasn't examined?
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to provoke you.
Yeah, it is. It upsets my better knowledge, my better understanding of my profession that I've now practiced for 56 years. That somebody would do an autopsy.
Let me object. Excuse me, sir. I would object to the narrative and not responsive to the question.
Let's have another question.
Thank you. So, a skull is opened in an traditional autopsy of a non-skeletonized remains in order to examine the brain within the skull and the structures within the skull. Isn't that the reason?
No, that is one reason, but it's not the only reason.
What other reasons are there?
Well, each case beckons a certain examination of certain things within that same location, namely the skull and what else is there. I would never have known how this head was positioned, for example, if I didn't open it.
We'll discuss that in a minute, but what I want to establish is there's also a protocol for an autopsy that requires the opening of the chest by, is it cutting the ribs along the sternum?
Well, you're not going to have access to the chest organ if you're not going to open the ribs, just as little as you're going to have access to the brain if you're not going to open the head.
So certain protocols that apply to non-skeletonized remains don't apply to skeletonized remains because you can see what's in there because everything else is gone, correct?
No. You mean you can look inside the head without opening it?
Yeah.
Well, you have to show me how to do that.
There's a little hole right in the bottom.
I'm sorry?
Isn't there a little hole right in the bottom?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I'll withdraw the question. Now, are you aware of any... You're aware of this book, correct?
Yes, somewhat, yes.
Well, you edited it and wrote some of it.
Exactly.
And this is a compilation of articles on virtually every subject in the area of medical legal investigation of death. Isn't that correct?
Well,
I'm sorry.
it is
The Medical Legal Investigation of Death by Spitz and Fisher, the same book that Mr. Mason asked about a moment ago.
It is a textbook in forensic pathology.
And it contains articles on virtually every aspect of medical legal investigation. Some of them you wrote yourself. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wrote most of the trauma chapters.
There's chapters on forensic anthropology.
Yes.
And those are written by William Bass,
Bass.
whose name we've heard a number of times in this case. There's articles on forensic entomology.
Yes.
Written by Neil Haskell, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
Sustained at this point. If you're going to use an authoritative.
would you agree that this is an authoritative treatise on the medical legal investigation of death?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Turn my microphone on. Can you show me where in this book it establishes a protocol that requires the opening of a skull in a skeletal case?
So this is not a book on protocols. This is a book which talks about findings and interpretations of wounds and what happens to a person after death and things of that nature. This is not a book that tells you about how to do an autopsy. It tells you how to interpret injuries. And you will find by reading this book that the head is opened in just about every type of autopsy one performs because it shows you injuries in the head. And to find those injuries, you need to open the head.
And in the chapter on forensic anthropology written by William Bass, does it contain a protocol which suggests that the skull must be opened in the...
Overruled.
that
Mr. Mason, you need to repeat your objection. The court reporter did not hear it.
I'm objecting to the prosecutor's efforts in violation of 611 regarding bolstering of his witnesses or attempting to.
Overruled.
The question was the chapter on forensic anthropology in this book that you edited.
Yes.
Does it contain any protocol or requirement that the skull be opened in a skeletal case?
This is not a book on protocols. It probably doesn't say that the head needs to be opened in anywhere in this book because but it does talk about injuries and findings in a head that occurred during lifetime, and in order to find those things, those manifestations, the head needs to be opened. So whereas it doesn't say that go ahead and open the head, it talks about the findings in that head which require the head to be opened.
Now, are you familiar with something called the Minnesota Protocols? It's a UN document. The full title of the document, for counsel's benefit, is Manual on Effective Prevention and Investigation of Extralegal, Arbitrary, and Summary Executions, specifically Section 5, titled Model Protocol for Disinterment and Analysis of Skeletal Remains. Are you familiar with this document?
I know nothing about that. If you can, maybe you can tell me who wrote that.
It indicates it was drafted in consultation with lawyers for the Advocates for Human Rights, formerly the Minnesota Lawyers International Human Rights Committee. This manual, which supplements the principles of effective prevention and investigation of. Well, actually, let me make a approach and let him read it.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell me if you're familiar with it.
You know, this is written by lawyers, for lawyers, and as I said, by lawyers. It's written in legalese. I don't understand it. I'm not a lawyer.
Would you
Never
read-
have been a lawyer, and I don't know how even to understand this document.
Would you read the, I think it's 3 or 4 pages in, it's Section 5, the Model Protocol for the.
Objection, Your Honor, is improper effort to impeach with a non-recognized, non-authoritative source.
I'm just trying to determine whether he recognized it, not read it out loud, but read it to himself.
He's already said he didn't recognize it.
Sustained, he's indicated he does not recognize it.
Well, I just thought he might, if I may have him just to himself review that Section 5 to see if he recalls that section as opposed to the lawyer E's part.
Okay, look at that section, Doctor.
Would you show me which section that
Sure.
is?
You might.
It's section Title 5. Just read it to yourself. And tell me if you recognize, never having seen it.
No, I've never seen it. I can tell you that.
All right.
Yes.
So, Doctor, it would be fair to say that you, on direct examination, said that Dr. Garavaglia's failure to open the skull violated protocol. What you really meant was it violated the way you think it should be done, correct?
No,
So there's no written protocol anywhere, correct?
I did not say that. I am not aware of a protocol, but I can assure you that investigation of the head is part of a complete autopsy. And as we are dealing with a need for a complete autopsy in a nationally in a case of national significance, because this is shown on all televisions and newspapers, and they all talk about this case. And therefore, wouldn't you think that an autopsy is required to document all the findings and not only those below the head?
Now, you've said that twice, actually pointed out the high-profile nature of this case. That's a significant fact to you, isn't it?
Which one?
The fact that this is a high-profile case of, you said, national significance. That's a significant fact
That is
to you,
a
isn't it?
Of course it is significant. It is significant that that the pathologists recognize that this case maybe requires more questions to be answered than somebody 85 who is found in bed from heart disease.
So you think that the fact that this is a high-profile case means that it should be done differently than somebody that nobody knows or nobody cares about. Is that what you're telling
No,
us?
that's not what I'm saying, sir. There is no case which nobody cares about because there are always relatives, there are always people who want to know, and there are people in this case that want to know. And they not only the people in the family want to know, but the police want to know, and the people in the street want to know. That's why the television broadcasts it. That's why it's high profile. But that's not the only reason why you open the head. You open the head because that belongs into a complete autopsy.
How many media interviews have you given about this case since you were hired? How many?
I have given one interview that was for a local station here in Tampa, in Orlando. And then somebody called me from a local paper in Detroit and asked me about my coming down to Orlando. That's it.
Didn't you do an interview with a Detroit TV station as well? I think it's TV6 out of Detroit this very week.
On which station?
Out of Detroit, your hometown, out of Michigan, I should say, up where you live. Didn't you do an interview that was televised on the local TV station up in Michigan where you're from this week?
That's the one that I mentioned to you. That's the only interview that I gave for television on this case for the local consumption here in Orlando. I gave it in Detroit, but it was broadcast to Orlando, and they broadcast it here in Orlando. But in addition to that, a newspaper learned, the Detroit News learned that I'm coming down to Orlando and called me and asked me when I'm going and what I'm going to do and so on. So that is what the extent of my media response to this case.
Well, you gave an interview to a gentleman by the name of Tony Pipitone. I think he's not here today.
Ask your question, sir.
Certainly. Then you also gave an interview this week to a female reporter for a local station in Detroit, didn't you?
Yes, I think I did. That was also in response to, I don't think that there were a lot of facts in that case described about, or any facts about this case. There was mostly a logistic that I'm actually going down. There were all kind of other issues discussed in that interview.
You don't recall in that interview with the female reporter for the local station discussing at length your testimony in this case, your theories about brain dust, your theories about tape application? You don't remember
about what
discussing
application?
About tape being applied to the skull? You don't
I don't
remember
recall
having this
that.
conversation?
That's correct. I did talk to her, but I don't remember what I talked to her about because this was shown and I was meaning to watch it, and then I fell asleep as it was being aired.
Believe me, I can sympathize after this week. But you were also on the Today Show back in June of 2009, were you not? Giving opinions about this case.
I don't recall that.
You recall being featured on 48 Hours on a nationally televised show about this case.
No, I don't remember that.
You like high-profile cases, don't you, Dr.
No,
Spitz?
I don't like or dislike. I look at a case to render opinions about that case. But whether it's a high-profile case, every case to me is high-profile.
You were involved
That's why I open the head in every case.
Were you involved in the Phil Spector case out in California?
In the Bill Spector case, yes, I was.
You were involved in O.J. Simpson?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in the Menendez brothers case
No.
out in California?
No.
Didn't get that one?
No.
Now, let's talk about the residue in the skull. Where, that exhibit?
Now, one other question.
What's the exhibit? Oh, I'm sorry, this is exhibit AZ. Is this not in evidence? Oh,
It's a blow up of
or one that is. Defense 26. Okay, thank you. Just as a parenthetical, when you opened the skull, you actually broke it, didn't you?
When I opened the skull, what?
You broke it, didn't you?
I broke it?
Yes, when you opened the skull, you broke it. Didn't you, Dr. Spitz?
I didn't know that I broke it.
Look, can't you see the big crack in the skull right here?
Yes, there is a break there, but I didn't do that. I don't know that I did that.
Oh, okay. This residue that's in the skull that you're relying on for your opinion, did you have that tested, chemically tested?
I did not do any chemical tests. What I did was I scraped some of that and gave it to I kept it for possible testing. Then I was told that this was tested by the county or the I don't know who tested it, but as far as I understood was that it found its way to the police, that they tested it, or some police laboratory tested it.
Who told you that?
I don't remember who told me that.
Well, my point is, Doctor, you don't really know whether that debris, whether that residue is brain dust or just dirt, do you?
No, that's not dark. That is debris because it is part. That is the settlement of a decomposing brain and surrounding soft tissues by gravity. That's what this is. This is, please believe me, that this skull of Casey Anthony.
You mean Kaylee Anthony?
Kaylee Anthony is not the first decomposed skull or
but Dr. Spitz,
decomposed remains, skeletal remains that I've opened and found this kind of a residue. This is a routine finding, and it's mentioned in my book that these things occur and should be examined.
Now, but without examining it, you can't truly know whether it's brain dust or just dirt. I mean, isn't that true?
No, this is not just dirt. This is the residue from a decomposing brain. And it goes by gravity to the lowest point. That's what this is.
Now, did you get information about the nature of the area where this skull was found?
I went there.
And you would agree that it's a area that is, were you given information that this area is an area that is at least occasionally underwater based on the seasons?
Yes, I understand that too.
All right. So if this skull were underwater, are you telling us that there's not a possibility that that residue that you identify as brain dust is simply sediment from water?
Yes, it is a sediment. That's correct. It's
Sediment.
a sediment of the brain decomposing and falling to the lowest point.
It couldn't be sediment from dirty water that infiltrates the skull as it sits underwater.
You know, this sediment is so common in skeletal remains that have been subjected to extensive decomposition of the brain and soft tissues that it is almost as definitive a finding as to say that here, this is the lower jaw. I don't need to research the background of this to say that this is the mandibular bone in an elderly individual, a human.
So-
This, I don't need that because this speaks for itself. The same as this speaks for itself, and the same as that speaks for itself.
So you don't need to bother to actually have the sediment examined by a chemist or a geologist or a mineralogist or anyone else. You know beyond any doubt that that's brain sediment and not just dirt. That's what you're telling us.
Well, if somebody would analyze it, that would be fine with me. Until such time that they analyze this, that is my opinion. That's
right.
correct.
Now, you do realize that the interior of the skull was washed with saline by the medical examiner and a toxicologist to see if they could get any trace elements that might have remained on the skull through decomposition. You're aware of that?
I'm aware that the medical examiner took salty water, so-called saline, put it in through this opening, this hole, where I put my finger or where I put my pen, and then swished it around and removed whatever came back.
So is it your testimony that there's absolutely no possibility that that act of swishing water is why there's no sediment on this side of the skull?
No, the reason that there is no sediment on the other side is because that sediment has a weight to it. As I told you, this is not the first skull that I've examined. In fact, I was able to solve a murder case in California in a
Objection,
similar...
not responsive to the question.
Sustained.
Which objection, Judge?
Mr. Mason's objection.
All right. Go ahead, Doctor, you can finish.
I was requested by the prosecutor of Riverside County, California, to examine a skeleton from Riverside that was buried in the mountains of Riverside and to determine the cause of death. And I opened the skull, and lo and behold, there was the same residue as here, sedimented down to the bottom, and I found it loaded with sleeping drug medication and on chemical analysis. That is why the finding here was of such importance. It indicated, when I looked at the skull, I determined that the skull must have been on the left side. Otherwise, that wouldn't be there. So if you tell me that there was brown sediment everywhere, well, this brown sediment obviously does not respond to the swishing of the fluid. This sediment stayed put. Why did it stay put? Because it's sticky. It is sticky in the other cases that I've examined also, and it sticks to the bone. That's why it's there now. And that's why it will be there for probably longer period yet.
But in the other case, you sent the sediment for chemical analysis, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
The California case that you were telling us about?
Yes.
You sent that residue for chemical analysis.
Well, that's because there was somebody to give it to, and that from the prosecutor's office that picked it up. That is one of the advantage of two people doing an autopsy together. Because if that skull
Objection,
had...
Your Honor, not responsive to the question.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can finish.
Because if I had been there with Dr. Garavaglia, I would have insisted that I would have told her, you know what, let's take that and send it to the laboratory. Then we wouldn't have all this kerfuffle about determining what is what when you inject fluid into a closed box, swish it around, and then now we are arguing about where it came from or what it was.
But if you had the residue analyzed, we also would avoid the kerfuffle, wouldn't we?
But I'm not a laboratory. I don't have a laboratory like that. I can do autopsies, but I'm not a chemist. I don't do tests like that. The laboratory does that.
Could you put your skull back together? I want to ask you a couple questions and use that skull. Okay?
You want me to put that back together?
Can you put it back together?
Sure.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Do I need to put this back too?
Yeah, please put it back. We're going to talk about the whole. Actually, if you just want to put it in place, I don't know if it needs spring action to work, if it's possible to put it in place without it. Now, your theory is that this skull decomposed on its left side or right side?
Left side.
So,
With the face slightly elevated.
okay, so like this.
Slightly at an angle. Slightly like this.
Slightly like that.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at the time, I'll hold it. At the time of decomposition, when the skull gets in this position, the brain is still at least relatively intact, in your opinion, correct?
Yes.
The skin is still on the face.
Yes.
The hair is still on the skull,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
As it decomposes, everything decomposes together, correct?
Yes.
The brain is decomposing,
Yes.
and the skin is decomposing.
Right.
And the hair is sloughing off the skull. Is that correct?
Yes. That's right.
And by force of gravity, the hair would naturally fall this way, correct?
No, the hair, the hair would move, but whether it would directly fall, I'm not so sure that it falls.
Well,
The hair is, the hair kind of is clumped together in clumps, and much of the tissue receives some of that creamy, soapy stuff that keeps the hair together, and so that even when that eventually disappears, the hair would stay put on the skull.
the hair would stay put on the skull.
Well,
even
it would
though-
move. You would, then people come and move it, and as soon as you touch the thing, the hair gets moved along too.
And doctor, if you could not interrupt my question, so I'll get it out and then wait. The court reporter's not going to have a problem. Now, so you're saying that the skull in this position and the skin has completely decomposed, the brain is completely decomposed, but the hair is still on the skull?
Well, much of it probably would be, yes.
But most of it would have fallen, correct?
Well, only that hair that would be on the left side may so-called fall, as you say. The hair that's on the right side will stay put. And you can see that there are structures on the head that would hold the hair, like here, the maxillary bone, that would hold it in place. The hair would be entangled in that, some of it.
But the mass of hair on the top of the skull would fall.
But not from the right side. It wouldn't go, the hair doesn't go up. The hair goes by gravity. It would go down, not up. And when it comes down from here, it would encounter this structure, and it would encounter that structure on the other side too.
I understand that. What I'm asking you is about the mass of hair on the top of the skull would be expected to fall this way.
Some of it would fall that way, some of it would not.
Well, you would expect if you found the skull in this position that the mass of the hair would be on this side.
No, that's not so. That doesn't happen. So
Well, where would it be then?
some of it would be stuck to the top and stuck to the right side, and there would be hair on the head.
It certainly wouldn't fall off the back, though.
The hair from the back, some of it may be spread to the back when the skull is picked up. That hair would probably, being that it is resting on some of the shrubbery there, would stay on the shrubbery because it comes in with that sticky material that's on it.
over.
Doctor, do you recognize, can you turn your screen so you can see it? That one right there. I'll show you a photograph. Do you recognize this as a photograph, one of the medical examiner's photographs of the appearance of Kaylee Anthony's skull and remains at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And may I this is in evidence. May I publish, Your Honor? May. Now, you would agree. Always forget about the delay. Thank you, sir. You would agree that the mass of this hair, the vast majority of the hair, has fallen back, not to the side. Wouldn't you agree?
Sir, you're looking at this picture. Shows the skull like this.
Correct.
Like this.
Yes, sir. And the hair mass has fallen to the back of the skull, not to the side. Isn't that shown in this photograph, Dr.
The
Smith?
hair is the hair that she has long hair, and the hair is sitting on the base of the skull. If you look at this, the back of the base of the skull has, and the sides here, has hair. And the hair is sort of glued or sticky to the bone. That is that hair which matted itself to the skull when the skull was placed, or when the head was placed in that location.
But you would agree that this photograph indicates, excuse me, sir, Dr. Spitz, if you need it, let me finish the question. You would agree that this photograph shows that the hair mass has fallen backwards, not to the side. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
The hair on this picture, location-wise, speaks for itself, where it is. And much of that hair is on the base of this skull. Like here, let me show you. If this is the matted hair, if this is the matted hair, this is the matted hair. The skull is like this, and the hair would be here, here, and here. That's what you are seeing.
So your
That's what you are seeing.
your recollection.
Let me show the gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you would see.
So,
you would see
Doc,
that is what this picture shows.
Doctor, so is it your statement that the photographs show that there is hair, considerable amount of hair on top of the skull, that it hasn't all fallen, almost all fallen to this back and the sides?
I don't see any evidence on this picture of what you call fallen hair. This hair is matted and is, you tell me that there's water, maybe the water washed it to the the water washed around it and splashed the hair onto the bone and wetted the liquefied scalp to the bone and attached it to the bone, glued it to the bone.
So the water displaced the hair,
Maybe,
but it didn't displace the residue.
I don't know if that's what happened, but that could have happened. And it seems quite likely because that happened because there is no hair on the base of the skull. So now there is hair on the base of the skull, on the outside, on this surface, on the outside. How did that hair get there? There is no other way for the hair to get there.
the hair can't just slough off the skull when the skin which held it to the skull has decomposed and no longer exists.
The hair, in order to not exist, it underwent a process like adipocere, or melting down, breaking down, and that yields materials which are sticky
Did you look at this hair?
on the pictures.
Do you know whether it's sticky in its present condition?
Well, I know that it's sticky because I've examined other hair, not this hair. But I mean, that is
This
a fact, that this hair was not located in a clean, what we call clean environment. This hair was subjected to decomposition, and when decomposition finishes, the dried up adipocere is still there and helps stick the hair to the bone.
You would agree, however, that this photograph does not support the position that you have theorized had decomposed it, because
No,
the
why
hair has not slid to the side.
No, I don't see why that contradicts it. This is to be expected. If you said about this area is submerged at times, and that would be totally consistent with it.
Now, let us proceed now to your other theory about the duct tape. Is it your opinion that the duct tape was applied to the skull after it was fully skeletonized?
It is my opinion that the duct tape was stuck on there after the skin had deteriorated, after the skin was decomposed.
How did
through the whole process of adipocere, you see the skeletonization. You see it. It's looking at you. It's looking at me. It's almost in this condition, except it's not been handled, at least not much. At the scene, there's debris. There is all kind, because that area is full of debris and leaves.
May I object to the narrative? It's not responsive to the question I asked.
Doctor, had you finished answering the question, sir?
I have, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Now, how did this person do that? Describe for the jury how, in your opinion, this person actually did that. Put duct tape on the skull.
I'm sorry, I don't. How the person did what?
How this person that you have hypothesized put duct tape on the skull, how they did it.
Well, they took a piece of duct tape in a roll. It comes in a roll. I'm sorry I didn't bring you a roll to show you. I have a big roll in my office. And tore off a number of sections, maybe this long, and stuck them on the skull to possibly to do what I did, so that I can show it with springs attached the lower jaw, the lower jaw to the rest of the face.
Let me start with the first level. Is it your theory that your theory is that the skull and the body decomposed at the location where it was found, but on its side? Do I have that correct?
On its left side, yes.
Right. Did the person, in your opinion, come over and pick up the skull from the ground? Is that your theory?
You mean, I don't know if the duct tape was applied when the skull was on the ground, or whether the duct tape was elevated when that was done. That I cannot tell you.
Well,
I mean, I'm a fairly good forensic pathologist, but I cannot tell you an answer to that question, whether it was elevated or whether it was on the ground.
Well, if the skull is on its side, someone would have to pick it up in order to place duct tape over the front going to the sides. Correct?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, and when they picked up the skull, the mandible would have stayed where it was. Correct?
The mandible would have what?
In other words, when they picked up, if the body is completely skeletonized, then the mandible and the skull are not connected. Correct?
Well, they are connected until the skull is moved around, and then they're not connected. It's not connected because the soft tissues that hold the skull to the lower jaw, those are gone. So it's like I said earlier, when I picked up this skull, the mandible, the lower jaw, which is the mandible, fell down here on my back.
Exactly my point. This person had to pick up the skull and then pick up the mandible because they would be separated, correct?
Unless you use duct tape and stick it back on.
But he hasn't duct taped it yet. We're getting there.
Well, okay.
He picks up the skull, he picks up the mandible.
Yeah.
This person then would need to place the mandible back in anatomical position in the skull. Isn't that correct?
Possibly. I don't know how well it was attached. I don't know. In the pictures that I see here, there is no mandible on this picture anyway.
Correct. But do you recall from the report of the autopsy and the forensic anthropologist that when it was found, the mandible was in virtually its anatomical position?
Right.
So this person would have had to take the jaw, put it back in anatomical position. Correct?
Yes.
He then would have had to have taken a piece of duct tape and placed it around the bone itself.
On one side.
Well, do you recall from your readings that the duct tape is on both sides?
The pictures don't show it like that. I don't have a picture. Maybe you have a picture. I don't remember a picture that shows it on both sides.
We'll just take, for purposes of my hypothetical, that it's on both sides, and the jury will see has seen the photographs already. So he would have had to take another point. If you're trying to attach the mandible to the skull, you would have to do it on both sides, correct? If your theory is correct.
Well, that depends on how long the duct tape is. I don't know whether it was on both sides. I remember it on one side, and the other side, there was no duct tape that I could see. But if you tell me that there was duct tape on both sides, so there was on both sides.
But if your purpose, as you hypothesized, is to connect the jaw to the skull for some reason, you'd have to do it on both sides.
If you want a better bond, yes.
This person actually, though, would have done it with 3 different pieces of tape. Were you aware of that?
I know that there are 3 pieces of duct tape.
So why would it take 3 pieces of duct tape to stick the mandible to the skull if, in fact, that was what you wanted to do?
Well, because there was, what I gleaned from the pictures again, there were 2 pieces of duct tape superimposed one on top of the other, and the pieces were not terribly long to reach the other side, so maybe one side was done, and then there was another piece of duct tape put on top of that, so that would extend the total length of the duct tape to afford it to be on both sides.
For purposes of our discussion, you may accept that the pieces were 6 to 8 inches long each, and there were 3. For purposes of our discussion.
It was what?
Pardon?
It was what?
Each piece was 6 to 8 inches long, and there were 3 pieces.
There were 3 pieces. One piece was like 9 feet away, I understand.
Yeah, the 4th piece was 9 feet away.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So this person would have taken this skull for whatever reason and cut 3 pieces of duct tape and wrapped it around the skull, actually putting the adhesive on the skull itself. This is your theory, correct?
Yes.
Why is there no glue residue on the skull?
There's no glue residue on the skull. There was no residue of duct tape on my skin that I put directly on when I put duct tape on my forearm. There was hair on it, but there was no glue.
But this is bone, not skin. So why is it?
Why would bone be any different? In fact, bone is much more solid and dense than skin. So why wouldn't if it is there isn't any on skin? Why would there not be any? Why would there be residue on bone?
You do realize that the duct tape was not actually stuck to the bone when it was found. You do realize that.
I realize that, yes.
Why?
That's why it was.
Why isn't the duct tape, under your theory, still stuck to the bone?
It's not stuck to the bone.
Why isn't it?
The pictures don't show it stuck to the bone.
But why isn't it?
Well, because there's intervention of water. The water will usually remove some of the glue, the stickiness of the glue. So why not?
So if this person removed the skull, attached the mandible to it, and put 3 pieces of duct tape on it, and then set it back where it was, is that your theory?
Or take it with him and then bring it back and put it back to where it was. Or take it to where he or she wants to put the duct tape and then bring it back and put it back in the place.
And why is the hair the only thing that's stuck to the tape?
But the hair would stick to the tape.
But you said that the tape was put on after the skull was removed. So how can the hair be stuck to the tape?
I don't know how the term stuck to the tape is applicable here, because I'm not so sure that that the tape was really still in a condition that it enables stickiness, that it preserved the tape preserved the stickiness through this entire ordeal. Heat, water, that takes away some of the stickiness.
For purposes of our discussion,
Yeah.
would you accept, or do you recall from the autopsy report that Dr. Utz, the doctor that removed the tape, had to cut the hair in order to remove the tape because the hair was stuck to the tape? Does that sound familiar?
Well, some of this, yes, I did. Some of this hair is probably there, and some hair will probably not be there. So some of the hair she may have needed to cut, and some of the hair she did not need to cut.
Could I have a State's Exhibit 215 and published to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
You see this photograph, Doctor?
Yes.
And then this person who picked up the skull, attached the mandible, attached 3 pieces of duct tape, put it back, then had to drape strands of the hair over the skull. Is that your theory?
Would you say that again? Because
Sure.
I don't understand what your question has to do with this picture.
Do you see the strands of hair that are on top of the skull?
Yeah, they're just lying there.
Your theory is
These pieces of hair, excuse me, these pieces of hair were put there. They did not stay like that.
they were put there.
Yes, the person who took this picture, or the person who prepared this picture for the photograph to be taken, put the hair there.
So your testimony is that the medical examiner's personnel took the hair that was not on the skull and placed it there for the purposes of this photograph?
Wouldn't be the first time, sir. Wouldn't be. I can tell you some horror stories about that, where people sat in jail for a long time because of somebody removing bloody clothes and putting them in the trash can, and those were police officers.
May I publish State's Exhibit 209 to the jury?
You may.
Do you see this photograph, Dr.
Yes.
Spitz? Do you
Right.
recognize this as a photograph of the skull as it was found at the scene?
Yes.
And do you see the strands of hair draped over the skull?
Yeah, but this does not look like, yes, I do, but I do not see that this picture is identical with the picture that you just showed me.
Is it your testimony that the medical examiners who took this photograph at the scene took the hair and draped it over the skull for purposes of this picture?
It is my opinion that somebody did. I don't know if it's medical examiner or not medical examiner. I cannot tell you that because I don't see fingerprints on this. But if you compare this picture with the other picture that you just showed me, they look different. And why do they look different? Because somebody rearranged it.
Redirect.
Excuse me.
Dr. Spitz, you were asked a little while ago by Mr. Ashton if there were any other reasons for opening the skull than the general autopsy protocol. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Are there other reasons why you would open the skull?
Sure.
And what are they, sir?
Well, first of all, just for to mention, if you look at medical legal investigation of death, I don't remember the page number, obviously, but there are occasionally fractures that will not fracture the outside of the skull. So what does that mean? That means that here's the skull put back together. If there is, let us just for the sake of argument, if this kind of a force is applied to the skull, the top of the skull, for instance, you can find, when you open the skull, you can find a fracture on the inside, but nothing on the outside. That's one. The other thing is that in a case of, in certain types of death, there would be hemorrhage to the, in certain locations on the base, in the base of the skull. I think I mentioned that earlier. In the area of the middle ears, in the areas of the this bone here behind the lower jaw, which would contain a coloring that's in the bone that is difficult to remove from blood that had accumulated there, which is not here, did not occur in this case. Another thing
Excuse me,
is,
Doc. What other types of death would cause that hemorrhaging and discoloration by blood on the base?
well, it doesn't occur each time, but in a good number of times, there's hemorrhage in those locations in cases of asphyxiation by smothering or by strangulation.
And how does that occur?
Well, because if you smother somebody, the blood pressure goes up in the head area, and then blood vessels break, and that's the location where you get the evidence.
So in many occasions, if there is a suffocation, an asphyxiation, the blood pressure alone will cause there to be hemorrhaging and discoloration on the base of the skull.
Well, as I said, it doesn't happen every time, but when it happens, when the blood decomposes, it leaves a residue, and the residue is colored.
You were also asked by Mr. Ashton, sir, if you had sent the brain matter, he refers to it as dust, the sediment, for chemical analysis. And you did not.
No, I did personally not. I don't have the facility for that.
You read all of the reports from the autopsy by Dr. Garavaglia, did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that, in fact, the matters from the autopsy were sent to Dr. Bruce Goldberger, a toxicologist in Gainesville.
Objection, specification of what matters.
Pardon?
Relevance of specification of what matters.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And did you read the results of the toxicology screens by Dr. Goldberger, sir?
Yes, I did.
Did Dr. Goldberger find the presence of any form of poison?
No, he did not.
Did he find the presence of any amount whatsoever of
Objection exceeds the
chloroform?
scope of cross.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did he find the presence of any amount of chloroform?
No, he did not.
Now, the last issue Mr. Ashton was asking you about is the presence or location of duct tape, right?
Yes.
Do you know how many people had handled that skull before it was photographed in the medical examiner's office, sir?
No, I do not.
Do you have an opinion by looking at those photographs whether in fact of necessity that skull was manipulated to take the photographs?
Well, it had to be manipulated. I mean, there's just no way that it was not, because manipulated means, manus in Latin means hand. So manipulated means that hands were laid on the skull. Why do I know that? Because it's positioned on a brown paper for the purpose of taking a picture. Well, the skull didn't walk there. The skull didn't go there. The skull was put there by hands of somebody. And in the process, the hair had to be rearranged. That's why the hair in the office, in the presence of the camera, looks somewhat different than the skull with the hair, with the position, placement of the hair on the skull at the scene. There's just no other way.
So somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to do it, sure.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the state.
May the witness be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. May the attorneys approach the sidebar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this concludes the presentation for evidence today. We will see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Please remember all of my other previous admonitions. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, folks. So there will be no confusion about which order I was talking about. It was an order that was entered on January 6, 2011. Order granting state's motion for sanctions / motion to compel, which specifies the requirements of reports, what are to be included in those reports. So let's make sure you reread that in comply so we won't have any more hiccups. Be prepared next Saturday to work, if necessary, up to 3 p.m. So I will probably let you know, but going through one witness a day is not going to get us where we need to be. But at the same time, I'm not going to hurry you. We will just extend the working hours. So just be prepared to work longer on Saturdays. And if necessary, we may extend the work hour to 5:30, 6 o'clock. But I'll make that evaluation at the close of business on Tuesday. Okay. Any other matters we need to take up from the defense? Okay, we'll be in recess to 9 a.m. Monday morning.